うん。アーキタイプを選択。激しい怒りは鏡の中に潜んでいる。澄み切った水でも深すぎれば埋もれ死ぬものだ。始める。
Your conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
そこには何もない。暖かい原初の闇があるだけだ。お前の意識はその中で発光していく。それは、麦の穂先の一粒にも満たぬほど小さい。お前はもう何もしなくていい。この先ずっと、永遠に。この先ずっと永遠に。この先ずっとずっとずっと永遠にだ、ベイビー。途方もない時間が過ぎる。そこに闘争は一つとしてない。別れた妻たちも存在しない。その別れたなんとかっていうのは何のことだ。覚醒がお前に忍び寄る。お前の視覚に毒々しい酸性の液体に使った塊が隠れている。それは膨れ上がった下品なお前を包む肉の塊だ。そんな恐ろしい質問をしていいのか。お前をさらなる肉体覚醒に導くだけだぞ。ああ、その別れた何とかについて知りたい。別れた恋人。別れた優しさだ。喪失に向かってまた浮上していくのは愚かなことだぞ。相当な痛手を負ってまでここに来たというのに、中には取り返しのつかない痛手もあるというのに、とどまれ、そして共に深海体を分かろうではないか。いいや、今すぐ降りたい。痛みと輝く光と俺に与えることを拒む連中に要求することが好きなんだ。本当に？本当だ。もう降りる。戻ったら何があるかそれを聞いたらお前は気に入らないだろうな。なぜ自分を暴我の淵へと叩き込まなければならなかったと思う。まさか気づいてなかったのか。自分を丸寝にしちまっていることに、自分にあれだけ浴び捨ておいて、俺たちは少々我を忘れすぎちまったようだな、シェフさん。待て、俺をこんな状態にしたのは自分だってのか？そうさ。お前は根っからのディスコマザーなんだよ。何が待ってる？巨大な球体だ。それから邪悪なサルドも。奴らはその球体の上で殴り合いをしている。お前もその中の一匹だよ。基本的には邪悪なサルどもが山の上で殴り合っているだけだ。そのサルたちの小ささは、それは限りなく小さい。その玉の大きさは、その上で殴り合っている間はそれが球体とは思えないほどだ。それくらい大きい。その殴り合いってのはよく耳にする。何のことだ？資源の奪い合い？いや、そんなのはどこかで拾ってきた馬鹿げた表現だ。今日のプレゼンで覚えて帰るべきは以下に尽きる。他の邪悪な猿の顔面は殴れ。でなければ負ける。悲しいな。そうさ。そしてお前は遥か昔にその悲しみに溺れている。溺れる？どういう意味だ？お前は負けたんだ。外から聞こえる音。聞き覚えがある。内輪四輪車。クープリスキニーマの音だ。目を開ける。 ギリギリだな。格好が。どうしよう。空っぽのコモドールレッドの OB。曲の再生中に誰かテープを引き抜いたようだ。タブを長押しでハイライト。このオープンリール式テーププレイヤーはまだ電源が入っているが、テープが装着されないまま回転している。緑色の靴。アイテムを入手した。左足。アイテムを入手した。割れた窓。まだちょっとあれだな。窓ガラスが窓枠の中で割れている。そこから冷たい風が吹き込んでくる。窓ガラスの損害を鑑識する。ガラスの破片は外に向かって飛んでいる。何かによって内側から割られたのだ。俺が自分の拳で割ったのか？右手の甲に無数の細かい傷跡があるものの最近できたものではない。ならガラスは何で割れた？ここを割ったのは投げるタイプの物体で手に持って使うタイプの物体ではないと思われる。手に持って使う物体ならガラスを割ってから引き抜くことで破片が床に落ちたはずだ。衝撃の大きさを観識する。銃弾にしては大きすぎ、調度品にしては小さすぎる。お前は自分の拳よりも重く、さらに大きなものを探す。お前が見つけた破片の緑色の靴は足のサイズに合うだけではなく、窓ガラスの穴の大きさにもほぼ合致する。力を込めて投げれば十分な衝撃になるだろう。おめでとう。お前が自分の靴で窓ガラスを割ったことが判明した。今は片方しかないが、運が良ければもう片方の靴が外のバルコニーで見つかるはずだ。バルコニーへのドアが部屋の外にあると思われる。 俺じゃないかもしれないぞ。靴を取りに行くかなって。誰かがお前の靴を脱がして、その靴で窓を割ったと言いたいのか？その人物がお前に酒を強要したんだ。この C リーグファンには2本のプルスイッチがある。1本のチェーンは小さなファンに、もう1本は電球につながっていく。恐ろしく趣味のあるネクタイがどういうわけかブレードの一つに引っかかっている。ネクタイをつかむ。58。成功。お前は飛び上がってネクタイをつかむ。ネクタイはファンのブレードから解放する。あんたが手にした4から5種類の異なる模様が入った実に醜悪なネクタイだ。この結びは首吊り縄を思わせる。バスタブの中にワイン、ビール、甘いリキュールの瓶がある。言葉では形容しがたい悪臭がする。詩人を呼ぶべきだ。金属の鳴る音が聞こえる。お前のフリアカットのパンツのポケットに鍵が入っているようだ。アルミ製のキーリングにワーリングインラグズと書いてある。リングには鍵が1本ついており、その表面に1号室と刻まれている。これが部屋のドアの鍵だ。湾岸沿いでホステル兼カフェテリアで、なんだっけ。公安かな。あれ公安だ。公安労働者たちがよく利用する店だ。シャツ。壊れ、傾いた洗面台の上に鏡がある。何者かが竹々しい力を目いっぱいぶつけたらしく、蛇口は半分ちぎれている。こんなことをするエランがあれば、些細な出来事には目もくれず、大しく帝国を築き、都市は滅ぼせるんじゃないか？多分無理だ。蛇口の根本から、根元から湯が吹き出し、湯気で鏡が曇る。鏡に映るのは一人の男のぼんやりした像だけで自分の顔を見ることはできない。あなたは突然気づく。柔らかい湯気の向こうに待ち受けている自分の顔を一切思い出せないことに。本当に何も。本当だった。自分自身のこと、出会ってきた人々のこと、さらにはこの世界そのものに関するすべての記憶が血液の中のアルコールの海に溺れている。これはただのほろ酔いの晩ではなく、大洪水の夜だ。世界が水没するほどに。おやめください。カラスミの行動は進めず、そこに映るものあなたがそして人まで見てなかったことにはできないのです。構わない。とくと見。お前はこれが誰なのか全くわからない。違うか。 末期どころか手遅れだ。顔面には明らかな死後硬直が出ている。いや、それともこれは表情なのか。お前はその顔で表情を作ろうとしているのか。何のために。うん。お前は自分自身に怯えている。断る。やめられないんだ。そうだろう。この症状は、もはや意志とは無関係のようだ。ずっと笑顔を顔に貼り付けたまま生きてきたから剥がせなくなったんだ。そもそもその表情に何の意味がある？どんな感情を伝えようとしているんだ？10年前なら魅力的だったかもな。今では死人が顔を引き継がせているようには見えないぞ。この表情の源を探るために心の奥底に潜り込む。失敗。うん。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression.
今更すぎるぜ。フィルムに焼き付いたみたいにそういう表情はお前自身に
It would take
必
a
要だ
minor
ろう。
neurological miracle.
うん。か。カレンダーに3月と書かれている。今は51年だ。テーブルの上に何かが置いてある。金銭。海の匂いに目がくらむ。靴じゃん。
There they both are.
両足の靴が揃った。どちらも同じ見た目。
Obviously green and indiscriminate.
どちらも毒々しい緑色で
Reunited on your feet.
乱雑な模様のスネークスキンだ。お前の足元で再会した。
Like two baby crocodiles.
履き心地は
Good. They're balanced.
なかなかいい。バランスが取れていて快適だ。正直言って現時点で唯一褒められてんだな。お前に関して。うん。
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her
クラー
lips.
シ
Her eyes are brown.
ュ。
and
彼女
her
の
face
瞳は
is
ブラウンで
scarlet.
顔にはスパーハズ。28歳以上ではなかろう。
A silver jumpsuit falls
彼女は中世のスカイライモンのきらめく銀色のジャンプスーツを身にまとっている。これは夜の街を長年遊び歩いたものしか反対。そういう種類のきらめきだ。俺は軍人なのか？
No,
ならどうして俺のことをオフィサーと呼んだ？
because you're a police officer, sir.
あなたが警察官だからよ。そう言って彼女はタバコを口に運ぶ。英語のオフィサーには警官、役員、将校など様々な意味がある。それは本当
I
か？
am, yes.
ええ、ほんと。それがあなたが入念に準備した嘘で、今日まで私たちを騙してたんじゃない限り。女はタバコを一口吸う。今日までとは。あなたは3日前からここにいる警察の公式任務でね。その任務ってのは何だ？私にはわからない。というか、あなたはずっとお酒を飲んでいただけだけど。お前は自分のことを口の固い酔っ払いだと思うが、彼女に何かを話したはずだ。3%。
She nods.
でも君が全て教えてくれていないことだけわかる。俺はここで何をしている？俺が担当している事件は何だ？裏庭に傭兵がいるの。首を吊られた状態でね。もう1週間も前から近所の住民が耐えかねて警察に通報したんだと思う。ならなぜそのことをすぐに剥がさなかった？一度にたくさんの情報を聞かされても参っちゃうでしょ。あなたは少し途方に暮れてる感じだもの。どうして俺は自分のことを忘れている？お酒のせいじゃない？女は片前を上げる。タバコの火がじじじと音を立てる。
This is her morning cigarette. She looks tired, her beauty waning faster than it ought to at her age.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Of course. Be careful,
気を
officer.
つけてオフィサー。
They don't like the police
この
around.
地域の住人は警察を嫌っているから。
Something stirs in you as she's about to go.
彼女が立ち去ろうとすると、
A need
お前の中で何かがうずく。
to ask
それは
questions.
本能と
It's like you've
呼
said
ぶべき
those
も
words
の。
a million times
質問をしなければという感覚。これまでに100万回も言ったであろう言葉が頭をよぎる。
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
行く前にいくつか質問に答えてほしい。
Yes.
君の部屋は俺が部屋からそう離れていない。昨日の夜何か物を聞いた
There
か？
was the usual ruckus.
いつもの大
Loud
騒ぎが聞こえた。
disco music.
彼女は肩をすくめる。大音量のディスコ音楽。誰か客が来た様
I
子は
couldn't say.
わからない。
Impossible to hear
誰か
people
が
speaking
会話
from
してて
over
も
here.
私の部屋には届かないと思うから。大音量のディスコ
Oh,
音楽。
yes. Various
いろんなアー
artists.
ティストのね、特に目立ったのはオス
Ostentation,
テン
prime
テーショ
moment.
ンオーケストラ。女は眉を潜め、その名前があなたと結びつくのを待つ。
Oh, that. Yeah. Whoa. The
オ
less
ス
said
テン
about
テーションオーケストラについて説明するのは野暮だ。
OO were huge where I come from.
おお、私も自分で超人気だっ
Of
た。
course.
もちろん当時の私は幼かったけど、7歳とかそのくらい。
Hard, but we go
Life goes
on.
hard. 彼女は歌います。But we go on.
I don't know about that. At around 2
深夜
o'clock,
2時頃ディ
there's
スコ音楽が止まって様子に変化があっ
a
た。
slow, sad
スロー
song
テンポの
started
悲し
playing.
げな曲が聞こえてきたわ。
Organ music on repeat.
オルガンっぽい伴奏の
I
曲
went
が
on
繰
for
り
quite a
返し、
while.
かなり長いこと
Most of
流れ
the
て
time
て、
you were yelling
時々あ
at
なたは大声で歌ってた。俺が歌ってた曲は何だ？
That it doesn't matter
それはもう重要じゃない
anymore
と思う。
that we're alone
私たちが
now.
みんな一人きりだっ
It
て
was
こともね、
difficult to tell.
説明しにくいんだけど、曲自体は静かで優しいものだったのに、
You
あな
sounded
たは
like
手負いの
you
イノ
were
シシみたいな声を出していた。
It was hard to understand
だから
the
何の
words
歌か
of it.
完全には聞き取れなかったの。その後はどうだった？
Then you started screaming.
急に叫び出して部屋をめちゃくちゃにしてた。誰かに襲われた可能性はないんだな。
No, it didn't
争ってるような音じゃなかった。中で誰かが暴れて部屋を荒らしているような音だった。
The window was smashed. The tape player probably.
窓ガラスが割れる音がした。曲が止まったから多分テープレイヤーも壊した。それから家具も叫び声を上げながら破壊の限りを尽くしてたのね。その後、あなたは気絶したみたい。他にまだ何かあったか。もうこんな生き物でいるのは嫌だと、あなたは叫んでたと思う。聞き間違いだったかもしれないけど、その印象は残っている。その後私は出かけたけど、その頃には完全に静まり返ってた。4時から5時くらいだったと思う。私が知っているのはそれだけ。港湾労働者たちが我が物顔で歩いている。彼らは自分たちが警察だと考えているわ。少なくともこの沿岸一帯のね、町の他の地区の事情は知らないけど。ここはホステルよ。俺たちがいるのはどこなんだ？世界のどこだ？私たちがいるのはレバーショール。地獄に生まれたかつての世界首都。汚辱かな。世界革命の失敗から半世紀が得た今、多国の占領によって複数の統治地区に分割されている。
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your. You have to find out how the song goes first. Maybe a tape of something appropriate would help.
それにはまずあの歌の歌詞を覚える必要がございます。適正に再生できるテープがあれば可能でしょう。
You should sing the sad, slow song you will. No, don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. You have to find out how the song goes first, though. Maybe a tape of something.
20代後半の男がカウンターの奥に立ち、緑の剥製の湖彩に眺めている。あなたが気がつくと、男はちらりと目を上げるものの、またすぐに剥製の点検に戻る。お前と彼との間に冷たい空気を感じる。相当に嫌われているようだな。軽く言葉を交わすとしよう。共感失敗。お前がこのバーテンダーなのか？違う、俺はバーテンダーじゃない。カフェテリアの店長だ。この男急に活力に満ちたな。どうやらこれはセンシティブな話題のようだ。バーテンダーとどう違うんだ？バーテンダーみたいに見える。俺は3軒のカフェテリアを経営している。3軒だ。普段はシルビーがこのバーの担当で、俺はたまたま交代しているだけだ。そのシルビーは今どこにいる？ただ彼女は彼は肩をすくめる。嘘をついているのではなく、何かを隠している。彼女は何だ？今頃警官に戻ったってのか？シルビーのことは忘れてくれ。積まれたコースターの洗浄済みのマグカップなどの間に、白と茶と葉を持つ海緑の高品質な剥製が横たわっている。剥製は片方の翼が折れており、この男はそれを直そうとしている。 その鳥はおそらく壁にかけられていたであろう展示用の土台から引き剥がされたもののようだ。これは応答族カモメ。お前が今現在立っている世界の一部、インスリンデ・イソラの発見を象徴する海鳥だ。金属製の小さなメイタでいっけ。銘板なんだ。小さな銘板には応答族カモメとある。それは応答族カモメだろ？ほら、あんたの相棒があそこにいる。男が店の出入り口の方を見ると、そこにはボマージャケットを着た別の男がいて、つま先で床をどんどん叩きながら立っている。さっさと行って話してきたらどうだ？俺の相棒ってどういう意味だ？剥製の鳥に集中する。その鳥はどうしたんだ？俺は警官だ。話しかける相手は俺がやればいい。出ない。残念。何も出ない。何か出るかと思ったけど。回復アイテム。何これ？眠っている腕行労働者。泥まみれのブーツを履いて、オーバーオールを着崩した男がテーブルで眠っている。シャツの背中には一本の木をあしらい、円形にしたワイルドパインズのロゴがある。カラフルなプラスチック製のカードが男の腹びらにぶら下がっている。指がうずいてくる。カウンターの上に男の手から転がり出たらしい頭痛薬のブリスターパックがある。薬を取る。男は気にも留めない。男よりもあんたの方がこの薬を必要としているだろう。マグネシウムを手に入れた。気楽に食べるわけだ。男の体についているプラスチックのカードを調べる。タイムカードと就労許可証を兼ねた炭鉱で働く人間の身分だ。若く屈強そうな男が写真の中から見つめ返してくる。名前はサンチャゴ・エス・ジョンとある。高いな。お前の指は男の体びらに優しく触れ、バネ式のゲートをそっと開く。金属の輪がプラスチック製の身分証と革財布をまとめている。男は大きないびきをかいている。目を覚まなさないだろうか。その心配はなさそうだが、確かなことは言えない。やるなら急いだ方がいい。プラスチックの身分証を輪から外し、自分のポケットに入れる。男は相変わらずいびきをかいている。一応言っておくが、お前と身分証の写真の男は似ても似つかない。 女の横側で一枚の黒いシール。この女は数世紀前に実在した人間のようで、紙幣に5リアルと書いてある。スーフェとした触り心地のいい材質だ。眠っている労働者はあなたのやることに無頓着だ。依然として反応がない。ナチュラルになんか、ああいう選択肢があると。このピンボールのテーマは定番のロイヤリスト。ピンボールマシンから高級タバコまでありとあらゆるものに使用されている。日本の世界のような全盛期にしがみつき、王の期間を待ちながら全ての成金と同性愛者を迫害する精神性だ。平たく言えば、酒造メーカーのロゴで修飾されたプラスチックの黒い交換といったところだ。そのような感情は旧世紀ノスタルジアと呼ぶ。新世紀の到来に際し、それまでの時代を懐かしむことだ。現世紀が50年経過した今でもありふれて考えた。こんにちは、ハンサムさん。あなたの同僚をあまり待たせちゃダメよ。彼女はオレンジ色のボワージャケットを着た男を顎で示す。そのオレンジのボワージャケットに身を包んだメガネの男は、足先で床をトントン叩いている。どうやら誰かを待っているらしい。あなたが近づくと彼はすがめるように目を染め、握手しようと手を差し出す。彼のジャケットの肩口と背中には、お前のブレザーにあるのと同じ謎めいた白い長方形がある。どうも、キム・キツラギと言います。力強い握手だ。警部補で所属は57部署。君が41部署の。意味があるか、これ。そうか。では、彼はその情報処理、気に留めず話を進める。日曜日、我々の間にスケジュールの行き違いがあったようだ。というか、土曜日にもだが、ここの店長とはもう話したかい？彼が言いたいのは、この2日間お前に会おうとしていたよということだが、お前は別の用事で忙しかったからな。いや、まだ話してない。それなら店長に周辺の状況を聞いて、状況を把握しよう。現場はここの裏手なんだろう。ようやく警察が到着したと知れば、店長も安心するだろう。いや、ようやく2人揃ったという意味だけど、最初の聞き思いの準備はできたかい？聞き込み。57部署では最初に参考人のリストを作って、ざっと聞き込み操作をするんだ。彼は宙に図形を書く。フィールドを用意してからその中の選手たちを調べるのさ。君らはやらない？やり方は管轄ごとに違うんだろうね。被害者の遺体を調べた後でも大丈夫だ。遺体はもう木から下ろしたのかい？いや。ということは遺体はまだ木にぶら下がって7日間も通されてるってわけか。店長から話を聞き次第、すぐに現場に行かなくても。 なら俺は何も思い出せないんだ。昨日もその前の晩も深酒したみたいだな。彼はつかの間黙ってあなたを見つめる。今もまだ酔ってるだろう。けど、もっとひどいありさまの警察、捜査官も大勢見てきた。それに比べればまだましだ。
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our number one concern.
俺が警官だとどうしてそこまで自信を持って
I
い
was
る？
sent here to meet a
僕は
detective
41部署の刑事と合流しろと指示されてここに来た。
on your sleeve.
君の服の肩口と背中に市民軍の記章があるだろう。彼はあなたのジャケットを指さす。
I suppose you could be impersonating.
君はその刑事になりすましているのかもしれない。記章を闇市で手に入れるか偽造するかしている。でも今はその可能性について考えないでおく。僕をここへ起こしたのは監査総監じゃないからね。監察総監じゃないからね。
Inspectorate General means
監察総監とは内部調査班のこと。
what he's saying.
この男が言わんとしているのは自分がネズミ部隊の所属ではないからそういうことには興味がないということだ。それは内部調査班のことか。
But I'm not them. I'm from criminal
ああ、でも僕は違う。犯罪捜査課から来たんだ。記章というのはこの白い長方形のことか。
investigation. Yes.
ただの白い長方形に見えるが。ただの長方形じゃない。RCM の文字とレバショール西の網の名町の道路に似たパターンがハロゲンランプに反応して浮かび上がるようになった。
I would ask you to step into the headlight.
僕の内輪四輪車のレッドライトの中に
None of my
立ってもらえばわかるけど、
I just need you.
さっきも言ったように僕には関心がないんだ。君が自分の仕事をしてくれればそれでいい。でも普通は身分証か何か持ってるはずだろう。
You mean you don't have a
ま
badge?
さか身分証持ってないのか。目が覚めた時にはすでになかった。
Losing your identification card is a serious
身分証をなくすのは大問題だぞ。
vehicle has a short
僕の車に警察無線がある。それで身分証の紛失を報告したらいい。一刻も早く見つけた方がいい。遺体を下ろすのか？先決だ。うん。
After you, officer.
先導してくれ、捜査官。
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk.
うん。
Yes.
事件について教えて
What
く
do
れ
you。want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do.
若い女から傭兵が吊るされていると聞いた。それだけ
You
だ
are。not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you?
それなら周回遅れってほどでもない。手短に要点を話そうか。
3 days ago,
3
the
日前
RCM emergency is
緊急手続きを回しで警備の通報がいた。特定の通報者によると現場にはホステル兼カプセ
An anonymous
テリアの
caller said there was a dead
裏には
behind the
死体はそこに
warning
4日間吊るされていたというのに誰も捜査しようとしなかった。
During that time,
その間に被害者は身ぐるみを剥がされている。
belongings.
通報者は彼の身元に言及しなかったが、リンチという表現を使っていた。
There is
周辺では
another
目
dispute
下
between the local doctor
地元のワンコー労働者
and
と
the company
物流会社との間で労働
approach to death as part of
葬儀が続いている。抗議が続いている。そのせいでもあり、まずはその抗議との関連からあるべきだと助言を受けた。被害者は誰なのか特定はされているのか。
a security guard or worker
雇われた警備員
hired by
が
Wellpine.
労働者のタロイだ。
This was just
と言っても
Martinez
マルティネーズで総合されているに過ぎない。
told the truth.
我々は被害者の身元も特定しなくてはならない。
To find him or her
その男もしくは女を探し出すとも捜査のうちだ。 今分かっているのは通報者の声は何らかの装置で抑制処理されていて、デスクも通報者の年齢や性別を特定できなかったということだけだ。労働組合で問題らしきものに RCM がかかることに関して強い偏見があるんだ。ワンコー労働者組合はここマルティネーズの実質が警察だから、そして彼らはどうやら死刑の執行まで独自に始めたようだ。我々としては看過するわけにはいかない。RCM ってなんだ？我々のことだ。レバショル市民軍の略で、僕たちはこの町の警察なんだ。
The RCM or the
すなわちレバショル市民軍はお前と彼が所属する警察機構、
RCM are part
占領下レベアショールにおける自立した平和部隊で、法的に不明瞭の中で活動しているものの、
the RCM
その権限に異を唱えら
within
れることは稀だ。
required.
これを知っておけば超有益だ
Its
ぞ。
authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
ここでの俺たちの仕事は犯人を見つけることか。その通りだ。俺たちの所轄が違うのはどうして同じ事件を担当する？
I'm afraid you and I are
悪いが君も僕もただの駒なんだ。
pissing
それも
competition.
しょんべん飛ばしっこ競争の
You don't know?
知らないのか？
I assumed you were
君も当然加わっているものかと思ってた。自分が何に加わっているのか覚えていない。
That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off.
それでも低俗な文書間対決よりはマシだ。
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any
ただの
more time.
茶番だよ。今はこんな話をしている時間はない。話の続きが来たければまずは被害者を調べてからにしてくれ。
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
うん。なんだこれが怪奇事件だと思うか？
It's not a particularly mysterious.
そうなのか。
The deceased is a security
被害者は労働構想に
corporation involved
抗議に巻き込まれた企業警備員
It
だ。
doesn't take a dollar
ドロレス自体の学者ではなく、
together.
断片的な情報が結論を導き出せる。これは怪奇事件に発展するとは全く考えてないよ。
Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a peace.
Is this a strike then? Or the first
ス
shot
トライキなら
of
ぬ
this coup?
労働者クーデターの第一弾だという
I
のか？
expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating this.
巷の地域問題と渡り合うことの方が今回の事件より難しいと。この RCA の影響力が小さい土地だし、組合が強すぎ、出すぎることはまずない。外を見る限り組合は今回もそういうやり方のようだ。ストライキは本当はクーデターが目的なのか？
Strike, coup, revolution. It's
ただの山賊行為だ。
You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
うん。
When I said we have to navigate
地域問題と割り当たり
community
は必要があると言った
we
か。
have any
あれは
say.
僕たちが口に挟む権利があるっていう意味じゃない。
Careful.
用心しなきゃいけないっていう意味だ。
The
だけ
shit
ど
will be
僕たちの
fine.
顔面にクソが飛んでくる。君はクソが飛んでくる場所から自分の顔面に全て。
From an imaginary fan.
想像上の扇風機から飛んでくる。英語ではシットヒットザファン。クソが扇風機にぶつかる。イコール大変なことになる。というイディオムがある。
Now, was there anything else you
Ah,
wanted to know
なるほ
about
ど。
the case?
うーん。
You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, the RCM emerged. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him. Okay then. Was there... Good.
うーん。
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
もう一回言わせてくれ。記憶が全くないんだ。酒を大量に飲みすぎたせいだ。
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs? Fine. We should get through this day first.
いいだろう。でもまずは今日一日を乗り切ってからだ。21日に勤務時間が終了するから、その時になってもまだ困っているようなら、僕がレクチャーする。
Really? You look fine to me.
警部補はあなたはまるで医師か 患者の重症度を判定するかのように観察する。僕にはそうは見えないが。彼はお前が仮病を使っていると考えたらしいな。自分の人生を丸ごと忘れるほど酒を飲む奴がいるとは夢にも思わないらしい。これは心理的なものじゃない。何らかの重大な脳の損傷が起きている。前例がないほどのやつが。それならきちんと診療を受けるべきだ。僕のキニーマの無線で自分の書のラザレスに連絡したらいい。他に何か気になることはあるかい？なんだろうこと？お互いに利害し合えば仕事がはかどるだろう。
For the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite.
それが僕はソウル人のハーフだからだ。いや、クォーターかな。父の父がソウル出身で、祖父もそうだが、母方の方はこの世界の中の一木一役だよ。捜査官、地政学的な存在、なおかつ地理的な区分でもある。面白い話じゃないと言った。ソウルはインステリンゲイスラン西に位置する保護主義的、孤立主義的、無言インソラ国家。とはいえ、極めて興味深いトピック。神秘的とさえ言う者もいる。それは見立て違いだよ。それは一言しないで。それだけだ。それだけでもないんだ。ありふれたらやっぱ勝利人だよ。
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
What do you mean?
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome. No.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a pup. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
I can't say that it does. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of working. If I were to work in front of you, I would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegiate observation.
ジャムロック歩きと呼ばれている歩き方。ジャムロックの41部署の刑事は変わったそぞろ歩きをする意向があって、君の署の警部補の一人が考案した証拠を集めるための現場検証のテクニックだって話した。不規則にでも徹底的に調べて回るのさ。中でも箱を最優先で。
Yes, but containers contain things, shiny things. They're interesting. He simply nods.
What do you want to know? Good.
そうなってるか。終わり。うん。
The man with
冴えないひげを薄く生やした男が近づいてくるあなたに気づく。彼は手に持っていた帳簿を拭き、失礼警部補と向き合う。ガルテさんですね。君は自分の手帳をちらりと確認する。あなたはこの店の経営者。ああ。ガルテは簡潔に答える。私は57部署から来たキム・キツラギです。これは地区間の共同捜査で、こちら41部署から来た。そう言ってあなたを見るが、彼は未だにあなたの名前を知らないことに気づく。そうですね。我々が到着するのが遅かったのは承知しています。同様にそちらも遺体を通報するまで時間がかかったようだ。通報したのはあなたですね。いや、俺はこの店に来たばかりで、通報したのは多分シルビーだ。彼女は多分このバーを担当している。俺はその業務を一時的に変わっているだけだ。その女性の電話番号はご存知です。実を言うと知っている。彼女は積まれたコースの奥から一切れの紙を見つけ、キツラ警部補には手を出す。こいつは後で使えそうだな。シルビーって女に電話するの。ここに来たばかりと言いましたが、以前はどちらに？この地域にお住まいで。いや、マルティネーズには住んでいねえ。家はジャムロックにある。俺は時々ここに来て店を監督しているだけだ。この店だって、俺が経営する山ほどの店舗のうちの一つなんだ。それでも土地勘はあるんじゃないですか？地域の案内をお願いするかもしれない。ああ、何かあるか多少は知っている。でも説明したように、俺はここの住人じゃなくて、仕事でたまに来るだけだ。もし疑ってるなら、二度とここには来ないよ。別に疑っていません。キムはあなたに顔を向け、警部補。
His face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him.
まあ、説明の前に死体がどこにあるかぜよ。その後にその結果が不可能だ。死体はどこにある？この建物の裏手にある庭だ。あいつらがそこに生えてる木に吊るしたんだ。その裏にはどう行けばいい？そこに出入り口があるだろう。彼は西を指さす。あのドアから外に出て、右手に行くと大きな穴の開いたフェンスが見える。でかい穴で、そこを通れば裏庭に行ける。鍵もない。ブランコネグロの騎兵だとどれくらいの大穴だから。このとか言っている人類的や国家を領土を平らげるイノセンス。ブランコネグロは5世紀のスタイルの重装騎兵のことだ。ダメだまね。なぜシルビーは店を辞めた？その話はもうしてただろう。どうしてそこまで彼女に答える？あいつはこの件には何も関係ないんです。今去った理由を聞いている。シルが店を辞めたのは裏庭の死体と俺が電話番号を聞いたせいだ。だからで言った。これで納得してくれよ。情報に感謝します。これで何とか食べた。臨時事件の捜査へ来てる方だ。俺の一人でスコー捜査じゃなくて。誰が殺したかなんて知らない。
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they, if he doesn't know?
あいつらが木に吊るしたと言った。あいつらってのは誰のことだ？港で働いている労働者組合の連中がやったと噂になってるのさ。奴らがリンチしたらしい。地元の人間たちで、ここに食事しに来る客だ。大勢の暗号労働者がここに通っている。男を殺したのはあいつらだってことは誰もが知っている。とシルビーが言ってた。ただの噂。実際のところは知らない。自分でシルビーに聞いてくれ。多分何もすることがないからじゃないか。ストライキのせいで。彼は色手を指をつけてクォーテーションマークを作る。木に吊るされた男は港を所有している会社の警備員だったって話だ。 何でも傭兵だったらしい。組合員たちがそれがメッセージになると思ったのかも。
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
なぜ130リアル払ってもらう。ないっけ。何がリアルだって。
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
130リアルだ。彼らはその言葉をわざとらしい貴族のアクセントで発
The
音する。
IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
その代金は何の料金なん
Let's
だ。
see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw. Another thing you've annihilated.
あんたは他にもバーの半分の酒を壊滅させた。付け払いで30リアル分飲んでいる。実際にはもっと多いんだが、あんたがレバショルの秩序のために奉仕してくれることをねぎらって30に負けてやる。合計で130リアルだ。もちろんリアルってのは金のことだからな。
What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend and 9-pack. Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency.
40セント。セントっていうのは通貨の単位、リアルの100分の1の通貨価値しかない。そんな小銭を受け取れないように、130リアル用意してから戻ってきてくれ。
Yes, it is.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by...
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
Officer, 自宅の場所が思い出せないし。
Officer, you really need to take this up with
君
you.
の城人間に返せないしからな。僕の車に短波
Call them.
無線機があるから、それを使って支払いを援助してもらえるように頼んでくれ。俺は今すぐに捜査を進めなければ。
Good luck.
By the way, where is
ところでお前の家はどこにある？
the address?
住所を思い出せない上に、ここはもちろん自宅じゃない。
Sure, isn't it? But
全く覚えてい
at
ない。
this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. In time or space? That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
うん。何です。時間を巻き戻せ。今まで飲んでから足取りを取っていう南西にある挙げられた花山椒が転ぶ起き上がる。刺されたのに20分。 なんかいろいろタスクが舞い込んでくるだけで一向に全部解決できなさそうな。ここのことか。広場のモザイクタイルを覆うぬかるみにタイヤの跡が残っている。どんな車両がおったんだ。動作を再構築する。数日前に発生した未知の出来事によって残されたタイヤと焦げたゴムで書かれたメッセージだ。発進、衝突、リバース、転換。ここが A 点だ。運転手はここから車両を発進させた。そしてフェンスに向かってまっすぐ加速し、カフェテリアの店長の言葉を借りるが、フランコネグルに消えたトレブレのオーナーを開けた。その後となった。運転手は車両をバックで裏庭から出し、隣接する建物と衝突する寸前に停止させている。そしてすぐさま南に向かっている。急いでいたのだろう。車をフェンスに突っ込んだ。内輪輪車がよく走っている。この環状交差点は渋滞している。マルティネーズはいつ交通事故が起きてもおかしくない状態だ。別目で考えた動きである。見に向かって後をこのできる。そこは運が悪いのだ。大体の状況をつかめた。下に石を投げつけている少年は見た限りは12歳に満たない年齢だ。ちょっといいか、警察のもんだ。
His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
それはどういう意味
The
だ
kid is obviously high.
Shits himself. The rake, Kuno! He should throw the fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno is not a gardener. Fuck no! Kuno doesn't buy that shit. Fucking
Fast. This kid has got street smarts.
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno. He says we're fucking each other.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you...
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig. What?
Don't tell the pig shit.
This is where you quickly ask him questions. Real cop questions. Like a cop.
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down. You heard Kuno? Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking... Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in...
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Kuno's fuck gimp. Kuno uses the fuck gimp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone. Kuno's fuck gimp.
He's trying to hide the fact.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone. Probably climbed. You heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesco.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's...
Don't tell him that, Kuno.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's City. Night City. Raid City. This...
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later.
Just a couple of...
Yeah, you tell the faggoty.
You're testing Kuno...
Get lost.
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang. Kuno bangs for Magie, bangs for Mazda.
Watch out, Kuno. He's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno. Help!
Help! He's got the Kuno!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Everybody, please!
Escalate, Kuno.
Pigs in here in Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Fucking logical! Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno! No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
Help! The pig's gagging him. Kuno can't speak.
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first.
Listen to your friend. Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno in the ass. Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno. He's showing his genitals. If you don't help, no!
The nearly psychopathic way they can slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look.
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking. There's a dead body. Remember, that's what you were doing here. You're a cop on a case.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut that shit down. You know what? You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch.
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever.
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper. You don't know where I come from. You just Kuno.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this fuck about it? Your test.
Get lost.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't.
うん。
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle.
コンテナ用ベルトが彼の首を不自然な角度に曲げている。首から下は硬直しているように見え、信じがたいほどの腐臭をまき散らしている。それは強くつままれているあなたの鼻の中まで染み込んでくる。晩期腐敗だ。ヒムは白いリネンの布で鼻を覆う。吐いてもいいんだぞ、捜査官。誰も責めはしない。
He's about to blow. Cock's gonna blow, Kuno.
泥の中にワークブーツの足跡が複数残されている。6人から12人の集団がここを歩いていたようだ。正確な数を把握する。12人より多いか。いや、8人分のブーツが泥の上を歩き回った跡がある。標準的なワークブーツ。スチールブーツで補強したつま先。46、44、43。
Number 45 or 46? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prince apart. 5. Another standard work. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. 8. And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? $200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built...
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
港で働く私物師とか、あるいはドラマーとか。
No, it's not. Forget I said it. Perhaps it could be a driver.
ドライバーか。ドライバーなら左足より右足の靴が先にすり減る。 アクセルが右側にあるから。
We should keep our eyes open around
交通渋滞付近にも
whether anyone strikes
今後も目を光らせて怪しい者がいれば重要参考人として聴取しよう。
Mhm. A woman or a kid?
女性かな。
Okay. How
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
understood. Anything else? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported.
It is not
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below
氷点下だった。
the day before.
被害者は吊るされた日の前の
was the
最後の
last one.
correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his
群
direction.
衆は
At first glance,
半円状に立って彼を見上げた。足跡を見る限りではリンチが行われたように見える。
Indeed, they all stood in a row.
木の方を向いていた。
Tree. Yes, everything fits so well.
被害者は壁木に吊るしてその様子を眺めた。
Him hang.
ここで起こったことは確実に把握でき
The
た。
lieutenant's eyes narrow.
either way. What else?
うん。
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing
屋根
material.
材のエタナイトを並べて貼り付けていたな。
Because there's a secret door.
Door,
There it
of course.
is.
スラッシュドアが出てきた。
Shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed?
調べてみよう。こっちは見れない。
Be still, my beating heart.
こいつは
It's
新契約。
amphetamine.
愛しの新契約。
The lieutenant isn't.
君は鏡の中の僕を見ているのではなく、あなたを見ている。
There's a good vague way to ask where he
ハーブ仕様に
stands
ついて
in
ここ
troubles.
のその意見をそれぞれ聞き出すいい方がある。ブラシ
Perhaps
ど
not.
うだろう。
This is
確かに
beyond
我々は
my
会議をしなければならない問題である。しかし、
However, see that ladder there?
あそこにはしごがあるだろう。おそらくだけど、あのはしごを使ってもインターネットでサーバーに行けるんじゃないか。地元の子供たちの人間値なんだろう。 んあー。
Yes?
どこまでいけるこれ。でもここになっちゃうな。なんもないかな。今 8D やるか。うん。
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't.
He can't do that, Kuno.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig. Not for you, pig. Kuno can't wait to see you.
Kuno can't wait.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just...
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer. It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes to...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna...
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno does...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the... You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go.
ここにいたのか。
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me.
Don't be traumatizing.
I'll die before I squeal. What's this kid shit? Fucking mind game.
Get the fuck out of it.
So it's a girl. Interesting.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case they gave me. I'll die before I squeal. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody.
You can still see the top of her hat.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. Well, it is a container. Maybe you're prioritizing it.
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or
もしくはなんだ。
we could ask for a key from the manager of the
店長に鍵を借りる方は彼なら持っているはずだ。
He might also have information.
Yes?
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too.
I thought as much. And are you...
Well, yes, us.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Okay then. Maybe you're callous yourself.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing?
うん。
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the They come here in the evenings.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men.
There are these things called days. You sleep between them. He's saying they'll come after you've slept. Just making clear you got that.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. No, you don't. Fucker. Lay off the swear words. They don't make you cook. Besides, the RCM doesn't do...
You do realize you can just go into the kitchen at 1300 hours. No need for... Sambo is an acronym for Samaran boxing.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin. Take heart, officer. You must forgive me. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. How would I even begin to tell you? I haven't seen very many other cities personally, but speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Actually, we are not. You could say that about almost any other nation, but not Revachol. Try it one more time, officer. What? Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that Revachol is a zone of control led by
構
an
成地
alliance
区
of
で
foreign powers called the
連合と呼ばれる様々な外国勢力により同盟に管理されている。私たち自身の政府はほぼ存在しない。もちろんプロレタリア独裁。
But they still have cops.
にもかかわらず警官が存在する。
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't
ここまでは検討していたのに、レバショルには警官は一人もいない。伝統的な意味での警官はということだけど、法の執行自体は、事情は、革命以来複雑化していて、
But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
革命ってのは何なんだ？
a defeat, I'm afraid.
一つの挫折ね。
People of
この
this archipelago tried
多
to build
島
something new,
海に
something
進む
different.
人々は新しい何かを作り出そうとした。
Didn't like it, so they
何か
came
全く違
and
う何かを。世界の他の人々はそれをよく思わず、終わらせにやってきた。42年前の出来事。
it has something to
これは
do
全てのことに結びつく話なの。
I really don't
ど
know
う説明すればうまく伝わるかわからないけど。
Someone more educated in
誰かもっと
sleep.
広範囲の分野で教のある人とか。
Maybe you
例え
should
ば、
ask.
彼女は君の方を見る。
No. I'm
Yeah.
not an encyclopedia.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated.
That's a good point. This doesn't look like Rich Central.
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
You must be joking. Although our paid
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when.
Interesting idea. This Evra sounds powerful.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you. If there's anything else, of course, dear. Good luck with.
えーっと。
This trash container is with a well-oiled crack. The lock don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
なんだ
Just the feeling. A warning from some part of you.
セーブした方がいいのか
No, no. We need to investigate now.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
湿った箱の下を見える。
You see milk
牛乳
and
割れた
egg
卵。
with one broken egg in it.
なぜか懐かしさを感
I've
じ
done
る。
this before. The movements are recorded in your
動きはお前の肘が扱う自由がかねへん。
fingers. You're used to this.
返
The
す。
box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta pack among the threadbare kitchen towels. Something catches you as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If this belongs
これ
to
が
the deceased,
彼のものだとしても、腐敗の初期段階で剥ぎ取られたようだ。
drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The belt is missing. That's it.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste.
This is a military type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. It's just organic waste. Cold. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
このプラスチックボードに RCM のアミエージョロパターンで印刷されている。それには、検診用の用紙まである。確かに。一枚のみすぼらしい紙がボードに貼り付いている。
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? What are you talking about? I don't know either. You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names, if some have fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Bloodletting may... It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger
You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of only in its social sensibility.
You've acquired an interactable item. Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
なんだろうね。何をあげればいいんだ？この辺か？
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
?インタラクトボタンってなんだ？ インタラクトボタンってなんだ？
It's the legend found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers.
あなたはゴミの中を見つけた記録帳、記録簿、記録帳？
This sad display is made complete by the
白と黄色の紙のアロエのタワー、プラスチックの板からぶら下げ、金属のクリップでかろうじて留められている。その惨めなありさまの極めつけに、しょんべん洗浄剤のかすかな匂いが漂っている。
There's a piece of
トイレ
toilet
ットペーパーのかけらだ。
cleaning tissue
あるいは洗浄用の拭き取り紙か。
desperately sticking to
トイ
the
レット
back
ペーパーが青いペースの上に固くなこびりついてい
It's a
る。
metaphor
これ暗示しているのはあなた
for
自
the
身
thank。you waterlogged ledger for spelling it out for it's just toilet paper sticking to the back
紙を剥が
still
す。
wet the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily
クリップ
an
をしよう。
aluminium block runs the width of the board biting down on the paperwork its crocodile teeth the surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker it's rectangular sparkling with looks like an official mark made to be low visibility outside the rights. It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned. Didn't he say something?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my stick.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden paper, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered with faint red lines forming. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on... What do you mean? Is that all? There is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes inspect the interview the It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. That's okay. We all do, sooner or later.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting, yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine, yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article free collapse. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700. The next
日付か。
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your
initial か。
It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
でも違うだろうな。
Feeling isn't really the jurisdiction we're in right now. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, A graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their true love is possible only in the next world. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare... The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it? Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away, because the only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie, can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time. No, that's Burke. Leslie's shtick is flashing his genitals, remember? How will you ever solve the unsolvable case if you can't even get that straight? Well, turns out it's pretty simple. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes... He must have confused it with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're also drunk. Drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slammed the hardened plastic board in his face. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up. Also, who knows? Those pages are missing. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an insufferable Dick's. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa. Or couch. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. And you did. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time. Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in York. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for... Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vape. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No, Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was... Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. In the back, you see thin, translucent copy of paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, The middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy form. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. But they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call, all in a print, so a dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside? Light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flat permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see with your hands. U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If the slides snap back into place, it should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet. It smells of chewing gum. Apricot, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round, a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in every step I take. It grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Spark, you. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distance. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
What?
There is nothing.
死んだなんであマジかよ。あ
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging. There's a piece meta. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back, still wet. An aluminium block runs the surface. Looks like an It is similar to the...
What? Yes, it depends.
Maybe yours will have...
Any capable... Yes.
This means you can read...
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard. They're not once in a work. It's the middle of... What do you mean? Is that all? There is, once all the tasks are accomplished. The tasks you inspect, interview, it's not exactly a things to be...
No, actually. Great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's...
Yes. A title, one might say. Yes. Others, it's going to take an effort to piece these case files. The notebook is annual.
Huh? 2 complex case... 2? That's a lot. It's okay.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry.
Yes, however, it's a holdover from the old... Again, I pray his loved one. Rail spike through the head.
You don't exactly close them so much as a distance. Yes, you can piece them together. Why, yes. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. I got nothing here either. Logic really isn't. It takes about half. This one, cause of the mural. True love is possible. People, the graffiti, the case files do not. The crew agree. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were. Did anyone ask you what you believe? A.K. Leslie. The only way for Leslie to. You would think. Can you keep your threatening? It's plain to see from the file. Good. You're learning. He must have it confused. In the process, he came at her, can't get out, which is also why it would be. That's all you. Who knows? One day you may still catch the man with the school. Some assholes brought their couch out in suffering. They were leaving cigarette butt. No, you didn't have murder. Beaten to death. Joseph Mills didn't. No. Okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't. No. It's. Yeah. No one and Mills has no. See? You can't even read the. Yeah. Smoking hookah. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. In the back, then rip 3. You don't have a monitor, but they appear. These all in a dozen pages of. Yes. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone. Something small. Permeables. The plastic shimmers like with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance. 2 ticket stubs and a hand. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. It smells of a touch of cinnamon. Familiar hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Your fingers are sweaty. There is a sweat mark where they held the wax paper. The card lies next to the ticket stubs. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand. Without resistance or sound, it's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off, like the bits they put into public piss bowls. Probably called Fermi Disc. Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they should have sent a poet to describe. Why, yes it is. Among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the whirling in rags. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. Handwritten logs on dozens of investigations date back to January 51. Stamped case files, commit to paper. Yes, a title, one might say. Yes, all others appear. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you don't exactly close. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? It's just a racist mug. But it will not happen.
ねえ。難しいよ。ああ。
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Without resistance, thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Familiar hand. A young woman, Harry. Your hand, every step I take, it grows. But you, kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your
あ、ここまでやっけ。
and the blood sparks fall like you feel. No, hold on to what?
Detective.
2回目で引き返さなかった。
There is nothing.
ちょっと
Again.
邪魔。ちょっと曲げてる。
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Without resistance or sound, the thin wax paper, familiar a young woman in Harry. Your hand, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk
ボイジャー
to
通
you.
り。ハリー。42号線。ガソリンスタンド。
You jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. The air in your lungs feels sour somehow. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
Mm-hmm. ここでセーブだね。そんな気がする。 透かしを読む。なんかある。
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta.
うん。
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 50. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from in the cabin. You are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a scent of leatherwork and heavy fuel oils washes over you.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The raspberry paint like a lemon.
嘘。
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid.
網目状の道路に大きな川の水脈の覚えのある感覚が流れ込んでくる。レバショール西だ。警部補の声にはかすかな怒りが感じられる。透かし模様の線の周りに何重いや何百もの微小な穴がある。光っている網目状の道路を見る。長方形の透かし模様の上に RCM のロゴが入っている。だからレバショルの幹線道路はすべて見えるようになっており、キニーマのヘッドラインの下で光っている。周囲を見てみる。ネズミがずうずうしくもあなたの脇を走り去り、停車しているトリックの隙間に消えていく。どこが遠くから子供のパンダがなんとれんだかなとなのしかこないこと。マルティネーズだ。キムが空気の匂いを嗅ぐ。現在地はどこだ？ハロゲンマップが現在地。海に突き出した海岸部分を指している。穴を見る。穴は大量にある。そして3つの列に分かれている。最初の列には18の点がある。一番長い線周辺の至るところに点があり、他にも、数えると216ある。大きな数字に自尊心が波のようにお前はある。だがその理由はわからない。最後の列は最後の列に3つの穴がある。刻み目だよ。RCM の刑事としての君の記録を示している。いわば君の統計データ。もっと早く気づくべきだったよ。大抵の刑事は記録を残しているからね。見てみよう。自分の功績を誇りに思っている優秀な男性刑事なら記録を残しているという意味だ。最初の列は勤続年数を表している。18年。なるほど。悪くないね。志願する前は何をしていたんだ。18年もこの仕事をしているのか。記録によるとね、君の年齢だともっと長いと思ったが、若い時は何をしてたんだろう。俺にわかると思うか。確かに。じゃあ話を進めようか。次の列。この一番長いのが君が解決した事件の数だ。解決は素晴らしいことだ。仕事を終えたってことだからな。君の数は。200以上だ。 これは相当の数だよ。キャリアが20年近いことを勘案してもかなりの数だ。1年に10件以上事件を解決しているとなると、全 RCM 捜査官中君は90%いるくらいになるだろう。つまり俺はスーパー刑事だった。腕をよくなる。最後の数字だ。あれは確認済みの殺人数だ。君は穴が3つあるね。確認済みの殺人数。人殺しなの。RCM の刑事としては、それも勤務先がジャムロック地区の41部署となると、その数字は少ない方だと思うよ。いい意味でね。刑事の中には殺した数を猟奇的なゲームか何かの数字と思っているやつもいる。そういう連中が事件を解決したときは大抵が偶然なんだ。君がそういう刑事をよく思っていないことは明らかだ。でも君はいい刑事みたいだね。少なくとも以前はそうだった。それは感謝すべきことだと思うよ。あんたは誰かを殺したことがあるのか？ああ、ある。とキムは答える。詳しい話はする気はないようだ。どうやって捨てるとかっていう。みんなそれぞれ違う対策をしている。効果的なものもあれば、自滅的なものもあるけどね。キムが意味ありげなあなたを見る。僕に関して言えば趣味はいくつか持つことかな。例えば、あれこれとね、今詳しく話すのはよそう。ハーブとアルコールで自分をダメにする以外の趣味な何でもいいよ。
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page.
なるほどね。あれ？被害者を調べろの項目が解消されてないな。なんでや。
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is in
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
これやれってこと？
The smell is repulsive.
吐く。うるうるうる。
You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curves until a pool of vomit lies under your feet. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't... There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
さてと、あれ、庭師からかフリッテでアンモニアを手に入れる。少しは楽になるはずだ。
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help? Of course. What can I help you with? Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache. Of course. What do you mean? Yes, sir. District of Martinez.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment, the harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's just coast. There's a little fishing village there. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There, no problem.
She's very well composed. Back straight.
Excuse me? Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here. I don't know anything about that either.
Pig is a widely used...
No need to worry. We are not saying you did.
Okay. Well, of course.
If there's a corpse, then you're going to need those gloves for the autopsy.
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse.
Activity kit.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
でも耐久を上げないといつまで経っても無理だよね。それまではレベル上げしろってことは誰とてめえ
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. Oh, excuse me. Do you have some...
開いてる。
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must... As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Quebec. Please. The man puts his cup down and replies something. his left hand drawing art. He smiles and bangs his ladle against. It's almost like music, especially with the sound. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue. The cobalt blue surface feels rough. Old cobalt paint. It leads to a side building adjacent to this one. The old building, the door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care?
The winch, outside, in the backyard. Remember? No?
Well, if there was a winch, I suppose we could look in.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this.
The door does not budge. The door does not budge. The cobalt, old cobalt, it leads to a... You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock.
Eh?
The man ponders his cooking. He looks up at you, then looks away. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would...
The elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yes?
Yes?
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a frequency tableau lights up, and a green button, the soft purr of electrical kittens.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57.
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye. You wonder what the lieutenant's default radio station.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaikan. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it.
そのことには、あなたは話はしたくありません。ガルテのせいだ
No,
ね。
why would you even think that?
あんたをデートに誘ったと聞いたが違うのか。
Don't bring Gar in.
God, why can't you just mind?
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
警察に通報したのはあんたか。
No, not me.
なら、通報しなかった理由は何だ。
What? Of course it bothered me.
組合がすでに知ってるはずだと思っただけ。
Out the court.
なぜここで組合が出
No
てる。
one calls the police.
誰も警察なんて通報しない。組合の怒りを買ってしまうもの。
You know, what the union says goes.
組合が言うことが全てなの。みんな彼らの言うことを聞いて、その代わりに彼らがみんなの面倒を見る。ここはそういう場所。
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the dock workers union.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
周囲と面倒を起こしたくなくなっただけ。
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
周囲って誰のことだ。
The other people who live for
ここに住んでる人たち、
local
地元の人たち。私は面倒に巻き込まれたくなかったの。面倒って何のこと
You
だ。
don't live here. You don't
ここに住んでいないあなたにはわからない。
squealing is frowned
ここでは密告者は疎まれる。
well,
すべてを内々に管理しているのは
internally.
組合なの。
Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
法を無視したんだな。
I didn't know I had to report it.
通報しなきゃならないなんて知らなかったからきっと他の誰かが下ろすだろうと思って。もっと早く警察に通報すべきだったな。
You can almost hear the girl getting smaller on the other end of the line until she
誰が通報したかわかるか。
I honestly don't
本当に
know.
わからない。
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Okay.
なぜ俺の記録簿がワーリングの廃物ついでにあったか知っているか。
Well,
あんたは書類をトイレに流そうとしていた。
toilet, sir.
おかげでトイレは完全に詰まってしまったわ。
Quickly. After
私
I
は詰まりを直して書類を廃物入れに捨てたの。
I threw it
必要
out
ないん
in
だと思って。
I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye.
「 She doesn't have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy. Like Gart. You know women and their constant problems. Yeah, that's where you step in. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire. Help the poor girl out, lest she turns into a spinster. Oh yeah, my point exactly. You know what you've got to do. First, you've got to calm her down. Tell her, think you can do that, Lieutenant Love? You're just a gimp. What?
Call was terminated by the other party. Anything else, officer? Just a second, officer.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir. Ten four. Your badge should have most of your personal details. Look over that. Over. 10-9. Over. 10-4. Message received. This is a very serious situation. Is it him? What does he want? Says he lost his badge and needs to report it. He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think? It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
He's asking you to stop, says this is serious. Of course it's serious. He lost his Satellite Officer Vicmar concurs, losing your badge is serious. Over. 10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me! Mac, come here! You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost...
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge. He asked you to please stop saying he lost.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still... 10-9, come again. I didn't get that.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he... Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely...
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Even before you can get the words out, everything is scrambled in your brain.
He says he didn't lose his gun.
Ask him to describe it. His gun.
Satellite Officer McLean requests a description of your weapon. Over.
70%で かける前にやりたかったな、じゃあ。
He says he... Dear God, he lost his gun. This isn't real. Mac can face a giant of cocoa. Oh, I can't. I'm not going to. Ask him. Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over. That's a negative. What's he saying? The prick ate Mama's vanilla waffle. Shut up, Jess. Tell him to apologize. Sergeant Orson requests that you apologize for the claims that you made about... He says he's... Okay. Tell him to find his goddamn badge and gun. Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit. Oh, God. Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. 10-4, I hear you. I don't... What does he want? He's asking for money. I don't think... Don't give that... Alright. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over. He says it's... He isn't getting... Request denied, sir. He says he's... Well... I get... Vigmar said... What is he saying? Did you want anything else, sir? Many of your colleagues are also...
He's trying to keep you from further embarrassing yourself in front of your colleagues.
Let us address them now, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
うまくごまかせたらお金もらえたのかな。なんだっけ、耐久力。
Yes?
Hmm. これは結構前だよな。結構細かくセーブした方がいいな。だってどうしたものかな。すんなりお金が本来なら手に入る可能性があったと思うんだけど。
You see several packaged raincoats. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear ups. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some.
hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves. Beats me. Somewhere in the ground, gotta be bloody stupid, freaking evil to scab. Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
Psst. Show him your stolen card. Now has arrived the perfect moment.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife? Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Post Laventoria, it wasn't. I'm doing much better here. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me up.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passing.
If it's all so simple.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5-meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best met, or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, not yet, no. He's incredibly strong. Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly... Sure. You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't break the command structure and tell you now. small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response, wherever this woman is.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal. As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip, well, he blew through the whole national treasury. His own maladministration foreshadowed. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into he called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Cocaine. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, the original was blown apart by communards, then further damped. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing some years ago, a group of liberal artists. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time. A rare but people in Martinez. Those critics might have it wrong though. There's Philip III, the squanderer, however, not that he ever did in life either. Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass. Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution, but the statue is recently renovated, so why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There. A Stars Rifle, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages. Not many people outside of Grad and Revachol West.
Estache Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously sapphire.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style.
Correction, 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial.
4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbour are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer...
I try to avoid drawing far-gone conclusions like these before actually examining the body. But my initial guess is the two are unrelated. Yes, detective? You sure you're not Jimsk?
Yes, you're sure you're...
Bastards! We have a right to work!
Welcome to Revachol. Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather... Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It's men like you who keep Revachol...
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Revachol.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Oh man, that's great. Look at that guy. God damn. Thanks for that, but no.
He doesn't live in Martinez.
It's about biological determinism, natural law. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge, you know. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head on the... I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different? The problem? The dam keeps our...
Cultural victory? What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chance? It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new... Don't push your luck, Runt. Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Look, as detective. I come from... Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad,
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him down...
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological.
Yeah? Says who? Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere.
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad, cause that's what they're all called. Koiko Pichik, Loslav. Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of... did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting...
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable. simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he...
From another planet. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the...
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here round.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak. Or he just likes unusual words.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole... So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose...
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological...
Ask for his conclusion.
Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. Huh? The bosses, man. To know what you need. Oh, high-grade narcotics.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the...
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Don't be a stranger.
Worn and beaten wooden planks of...
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant gets...
Life? I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Have you no shame? Why, René? I'm trying to.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking me about the game. They wouldn't know anyway.
Huh?
They're way past their prime.
Oh.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse. It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was...
What the hell is your problem? Vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull! Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque.
Take it easy, René. This is just a...
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull! Good. Mistakes are forgiven, but men at least try to right.
Yes. Why did you come here? You never know. He might know something. This is a good
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, in Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really... Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. No man can afford to turn his eyes to the horizon if his rear isn't secured. If the women folk take care of that, then men can tackle the bigger issues.
The RCM doesn't discriminate. Unlike man, they also have to...
I'm glad at least some people keep a level head in these turbulent times. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting... I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership. Sadly, no. It was if should have fought dirty, like they did with this.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are... This here is Blood Ground, where coalition...
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hang...
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but... the enemy of... Damn right, son. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez...
Well, it's your own damn fault.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players of the tape.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Ravage. Instead, all that is just holy. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. A true king in both blood and mind. Let Revachol before...
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned...
He doesn't. That was 100 years... Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller. Admit it.
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. Ah, yes!
Oh!
A superpower! Feared and respected decisively. Without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail, and a nation is only a stop.
Don't get stuck.
The Carabinier doesn't...
Oh, old Philippe was a...
You can't even... That's why the Philippe...
Of course.
Philippe III was even...
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine fairy tales. The RC...
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of Cent.
Right.
All you observe is a...
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in...
Don't you mean Frick?
You do not speak his name.
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
Yes?
This Postler Van Tonnier mail collection box has been heavily A faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8100. The box seems eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, Thankfully, then, so do you. You
Can I help you? Absolutely out.
absolutely in the question. Your body is ready, sire. The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on somewhere inside. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. It belongs in the new. The third day, things were good. It was smooth. Forget about ostentatious orchestration. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not out of the dazzling swirl of disco music. In an open air, boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike there is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Look, not really. Oh must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne cork smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the pot. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in the air.
I can see that.
The door is closed. The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the... Still no answer. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick... This door can only be opened with a key. Still the lieutenant. Still the lieutenant. Still the lieutenant. Still the lieutenant. Magnesium-based life form.
Yes?
Can I help you?
You see a heavy steel door. The man ponders his cooking utensils.
Hello again, sweetie. Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. I can assure you with absolute certainty.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. Thank you, but perhaps another time. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused...
No, dear. I'm not quite that old, although I was injured in the line of duty. Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was a training and development manager, you'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and well, I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated. That's quite all right. I'm used to people.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a
Welcome to Frit.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but, I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really. I don't...
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for it.
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay prompt?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great. I don't know.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still.
When ordinary people take over the government and... Yeah, it happened like our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this up. We're in Frit as mankind, or...
What will her...
We're in a transition. We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay...
We're in Revachol, like on the Insulindian... You're welcome. We're in Frit as mankind.
What will her essay prompt?
We're in Revachol. That wasn't very hard. Cool.
Nobody betrays. You're the generals.
Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to all. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Alhul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes, Alhul. Alhul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your age.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and their Holam and Hul have fed your people. Go on believing in it, Raise. Why don't you have another drink? Your feature.
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for Cooper. You gave the world. You dominated Les Circles. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You bring your troops to the Seminat. The walls will be lined with water.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. The best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculturalist. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic. Those are the Simonese. A receding genetic pool has led them out unreprehensible. You know them by the names.
Bahoon is a derogative term for first world people in some municipalities of Oran.
The Maun are proof that you...
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good...
The Vespertines and Messenians of the other large mondial civilization. Overproduction of seaboard. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite, the indigenous people of this. The Areopagites are the master race.
Wait, didn't Ilmaran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
No, those were scimitar wielding race losers of Sarava.
Jean, baby, you're on.
I know, babe. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The latter is perfected adapting to get people bay are the unneo.
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish. Pinkness is a racial quality that the Khoiko, the countless...
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are Mikros. Its leaders will be the Revasholians, halfway between...
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad in Sarath. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. I read it enough of Tipe mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of lesser races like the mosquito. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. Oh, then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding, but enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with you understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the list. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Basholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease? Racists are generally not very good examples of their...
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell.
I am not like them.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative of criminalism. Also, is
correct.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup.
He had nothing to do with it. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Rota. No, no. When the blood and flesh call, there is no discard. Fascism, Rota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Yes, woman. That's what fascism boils down. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach because you've said the hard things. Okay, that sounds much better. You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Rota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere. It is one of betrayal. The man looks at the colorful piece of...
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago. Highly unlikely. I've known John for several years now.
Now you're in a mess. The time hath not arrived. Sorry.
Oh, John's been out drinking himself blind again? He should watch his...
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old... The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The odor mixes with the driver has adorned his space with a large metal pendant hangs from the rear. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol. The back end of the cabin has a small perch a book with ragged edges catches.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over.
There he is, in front of Peter, smoking nervously, hoping it's over. The woman still has no response wherever this woman is. You see two lowly, defeated speakers.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off the...
A pair of found ultras.
Those sneakers, mister.
Only? That's madness. Found ultra. We're the future. These once respectable, a small...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic. Produced You see a Samar. The name Silang is embroidered over his breast.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's you're very cool.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer! Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Of course! I'll come quietly. But perhaps I could convince you to arrest some of my wares, officer. With your money, maybe?
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? Ah, yes. Money.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
Sorry, detective.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like I've got the...
These are all bored. Those UV stickers are almost...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV...
There are clothes and...
Don't be shy.
Save the economy. That sounds off. You find your hat. The box smells like cat piss.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you.
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and...
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on it. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Well, there's the fishing village. Yeah, not really much else. Sure thing.
It is salty. It is savory. It is chewy.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some, why? What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider, 50 cents. Bargain price.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well one especially catches. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. or any other time you'd need to, is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa, designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel form. It's not often that I see officers from the RCM. What can I do for you? I haven't had any problems myself, though some of...
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me...
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revolution, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions, the unhealthy kind. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest, truth be told.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed.
Sure thing. Sure, man. Let me have a look. Another time, Pat.
A typical Martinez street light sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured.
It was brought to me to be all...
We are not here to investigate the theft of... You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among all...
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscle, the antlers on the hood of the man's cloak, and his piercing blue eye.
It's the man from Hen...
Walking away from his burning village. Yes. Huh? Oh, I see. That's, in fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal ever really existed.
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course.
Wow, what?
smells like worn cotton, and worn cotton with a side of flea.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you I mean, even if the man from Hyomdal didn't.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides,
It's for the best, because Eamdal, his theory isn't exactly incoherent, but it's logic.
Too real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I sympathize, I do. But this is a full.
眠い。終わり。